Dzień dobry Państwu, ja się nazywam Michał.
Good morning, my name is Michał Giersz. I'm very pleased to welcome you at Open for Business Summit Warsaw 2022. Today we will have a number of interesting speeches and presentations. The subject is close to our hearts, and I'm sure it will be closer to not only our business community but also should be closer to the heart of our society, and we'll be discussing inclusion from many angles. Before we start, let me thank our partners without whom we wouldn't be able to meet. Google, Deloitte, Ringle Network, Natwest Group, Responsible Business Forum and CIC Warsaw, as well as Czysta Gospodarka portal and Replika magazine. Thank you all very much, and I'd like to welcome very warmly everybody in the room, everybody who's watching us. Hashtag OFB Poland is the hashtag that I'd like to ask you to use in your discussions in social media. During our panels,
Pomyśleć o pytaniach do panelistów.
I'd like to ask people in the room to think about questions to ask to our panelists. We'll try to make sure to accommodate them. I'd like to welcome representatives of the British Embassy, our experts, our panelists, representatives of the business. I'm really happy to meet you here. Let me share my own reflection that the reasons for discussion or the subject to be discussed are not always very nice. In Poland, the way you are perceived, you are treated in the same way in the business community. If you look at the Open for Business report, LGBT people escape from Poland due to hostility. From France 22 quotes, some people attacked LGBT people. Washington Post wrote about a division on the rights for LGBT people, and this division goes to the west and east. Homophobia. Deutsche Welle was the subject of the article in Deutsche Welle. So the data of World Bank and other world organizations show that we are simply losing money which people and businesses do not earn in Poland, because very often they do not decide to start work in our country, in our part of the world. We are talking about millions or billions of euros that are not indirectly paid as taxes to the budgets of our countries. So these are very clear losses, and as a report by Deloitte shows that LGBT plus people pay a lot of attention to how they will be treated in a country if they are choosing the place where they are going to live. I'm sure we'll be discussing a lot about it today. Very important discussions. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome everybody, and I'd like to invite Executive Director in Open for Business, George Perloff. The floor is yours.
Dobry. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be here, to see this beautiful place, all of these people here today who are committed to LGBT inclusion. Thank you. And thank you to all of our sponsors, the people who have helped us get to this place. the UK Embassy, who has supported us as well. So many people have given their time and energy today, and especially to our team from Higher Media, Lucas and Gosha and Machi, who is not here today, but thank you help for everyone organizing, and these amazing technical people. Let's say thank you to them, because it's amazing, and I could hear what's going on. I could understand everything that Michal has said in Polish. It's amazing. In any case, why are we here today? We had initially invited Slava Melnik, who I think some of you know, who runs campaign against homophobia, and Slava unfortunately could not make it today. But I wanted to say, what's going on here in Poland? And I know as an outsider, I come to Warsaw and it's a beautiful cosmopolitan city. I feel very comfortable. I feel like, oh, this is an easy place to live in. But we look at Poland and it's not an easy place for LGBT people, as we know. There is no LGBT hate crimes law in this country. There is no legal recognition for trans people. There is no way for LGBT people to adopt children. The EU Agency for Fundamental Rights has shown that 4 in 10 Polish queer people have been harassed. 1 in 4 have been discriminated against at work. 1 in 7 had physical or sexual attacks upon them because they are LGBT. And then we have the LGBT-free zones. What an embarrassment for such a great country and for such a wonderful place to have this stain on the country. And what has this caused for our LGBT community? It's caused stress, it's caused depression, it's treating us as second-class citizens, and people are leaving. If you have the choice, many people, as we know, very talented people are leaving this country to go to other EU countries or other places in the world. Poland deserves better. Poland deserves to have a much better national reputation from all of this. And I know this sounds all very serious and heavy, but I think I have to say I am actually very hopeful. And why am I hopeful? Because we found dedicated people here in Poland who are helping us. And you helped us create this report, which came out last year. And we've been using this to really build interest and gain interest from many people around Poland and the world. We've had events at Karpacz at the Economic Forum, which my colleague Marcin and I attended, which was quite an experience to be the first time that anything with LGBT has been on the program at Karpacz Economic Forum. We've met with the Rainbow Network through our friends Kuba and Rafa, who will speak in a minute, of all the LGBT ERGs here in Warsaw. And these people heard our message and they said, we want to get involved, we want to help. We've had the American ambassador speak out. We've had media coverage of our issues. So we know that it's important, and we know that there is a possibility to make real change here in Poland through the business community, engaging with the NGOs and getting the attention of policymakers. So we know that this is all very possible. And I'm very excited that today we have this opportunity to start this conversation and to start the activation and to start to have companies speak out and say, this is not right. And this is the reason it's not right. And this is an economic cost to our country that we're losing a lot of people here. In any case, those are my initial remarks. I just want to say it is just so wonderful to see this audience here today. I'm very excited to hear all the conversations. I think we have a really interesting program ahead of us with really talented and smart and committed people. So thank you very much, and I look forward to speaking again later. Thank you.
Thank you, George. And by the way, just while you were talking about those so-called LGBT, so-called ideology-free zones, I realized that maybe if the decency argument doesn't work, the money kicks in. And actually some of the communities or local authorities realized that this is not accepted. They were declined some of the funding, and then they had second thoughts like, okay, so maybe this is not where we speak of values, but it kinda just a bit works, then maybe that's the first step to maybe where you can start with. Thank you very much again. And just now with us is James Hughes, Minister Counselor for Economic Affairs of the British Embassy in Warsaw. Hi, James. Can you hear us? How are you?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Hey. The floor is yours.
Good stuff. Well, thank you very much. So, good morning to everybody. Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to say a few words at the outset. I apologise for not being with you in person this morning. Unfortunately, I have COVID. You remember that from the last couple of years? Unfortunately, therefore, I've decided to isolate to spare you my COVID germs. So, as has already been said, a big thank you to our technical colleagues who are supporting today's event for allowing me to join you online at short notice. But I just wanted at the outset to just say a few words from the perspective of the British Embassy, who have been supportive of Open for Business for some time. And the UK celebrates our values of tolerance and non-discrimination and is committed to strengthening LGBT+ rights and freedoms. In the last few decades, the UK has observed enormous progress by guaranteeing same-sex couples the right to marriage and adoption and improving anti-discriminatory policies protecting the LGBT+ community. And like everybody in the room and everybody watching online, of which I'm now an online participant, I believe this is important. And as has just been said, there is a moral imperative, of course, in securing equality, including in the workplace, and upholding individual dignity. But as this event sets out very clearly, there is also an economic imperative too. And the Open for Business report frames the discussion in terms of the economic cost of discrimination for LGBT+ people. And if societies and businesses hinder or deny individual rights or create an atmosphere where people cannot bring their whole selves to the workplace, for example, they limit the creativity of those people and reduce the productivity of their workforces. So to flip it, by promoting greater inclusion and diversity in workplaces as in wider societies, businesses can make the most of the opportunity of a diverse and inclusive workforce to boost innovation, creativity and productivity, and thereby ultimately boost economic growth. And so we see it as an opportunity cost and an opportunity that needs to be embraced. And the British government and British companies have long recognised this. The coalition of companies that makes up Open for Business contains familiar names, certainly to a British diplomat, and global corporations recognised around the world. And that is a powerful force and one that can help move societal perceptions on critical issues such as this. And I therefore pay tribute to the work of Open for Business in moving forward with this important conversation. And for our part, the UK wants to continue to use our position not only to push for global change for LGBT+ people, but also to share our experiences. Now, that's not to say that the UK has a perfect track record. We don't. Challenges remain to advancing equality and LGBT+ rights in the UK. But we remain committed to moving forward and improving the lives of LGBT+ people, including through our cross-government LGBT action plan, which has over 75 commitments that we are committed to delivering over the course of this Parliament. And in that spirit of sharing and promoting UK practice, I'm delighted that our Special Envoy for LGBT rights, Nick Herbert, will be visiting Warsaw on Friday and Saturday and taking part, of course, in Saturday's Warsaw Kyiv Pride Parade. I also look forward to taking part myself if I can escape isolation. So without further ado, I'd just like to congratulate you again. I look forward to taking part in the remaining session. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And especially thank you for joining us, though, COVID. But get well soon and waiting to meet you later on during our meeting. Thanks a lot. And now, please, Miłosz Marchlewicz. Please welcome to the stage Miłosz Marchlewicz of Forum Odpowiedzialnego. Zapraszam Miłosza Marchlewicza z Forum Odpowiedzialnego Biznesu.
Dzień dobry, dziękujemy bardzo za...
Hello, welcome. Thank you for invitation. As responsible forum business, we are happy that it's yet another initiative with Open for Business. Together with the signatories of the Diversity Charter, we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Diversity Charter. It's the international initiative under the auspices of the European Commission that we coordinate in Poland, and we support coordination and cooperation. As coordinators of the Diversity Charter, we are happy that employers are more and more interested in inclusion and diversity. We are also happy that there's more and more initiatives and data showing employers or enabling employers to be more open to initiatives that enable diversity and inclusion, to tap into the creativity that is dormant in our society. We are happy that we were able to prepare many important data showing employers that inclusion be more and more priority for responsible employers, because those employers who will not be committed to diversity, to inclusion, who will not take inclusion as part of their strategies will simply lose. And Open for Business report shows that they will lose business-wise, and at the end of the day, it's very important for many businesses. I gather it's also important for social inclusion, one of our subjects. So I'm happy that there are many other organizations that together with businesses are building inclusive market, labor market in Poland. In Poland, as we know, we are facing many inequalities in access to jobs and services. So it's important to speak out about it. It's important to talk why we should strategically manage diversity. The Diversity Charter is present in 26 EU countries. It's been present in Poland for a decade now. So I'm happy that at this very interesting event we can meet with the signatories of the Charter, who are very active for not only improving diversity management in their organizations, but also promoting these values outside, because this is also one of the important values of the Charter. So I encourage you to listen to very interesting panels that we'll have today. We are happy that we have a very diverse business and NGO forum, but we must also remember about local authorities, whose role, especially today, in building social cohesion is very important. So I'm very happy that we have with us representatives of Warsaw and Krakow, who recently signed the Diversity Charter. So I'm happy that not only business but also local authorities are get involved in diversity. So I'm happy that we are here together, that we can build together more diverse, more inclusive labor market in Poland. Thank you.
Rzeczywiście będziemy dziś rozmawiać o tym, jak...
It's true, we are going to talk today about how business can probably exert some pressure in a positive sense and show directions to go, and may also indicate the expectations towards local governments and not only local administration. We'll be talking about business a lot today, maybe as regards our opening meeting. Rafał Dębę, co-head of the Rainbow Network in Natwest Poland, is to take the floor now.
Dziękuję bardzo, świetnie tutaj.
Thank you. It's great to be here today.
This initiative, it's really a great opportunity for us.
I naprawdę jestem dumny z tego, że
I'm really proud that we can be part of this initiative and the discussion because decidedly what we are missing in Poland is a topical discussion about the actual costs of discrimination against LGBT plus community. And this is the cost that we have to shoulder, all citizens have to shoulder, not only the LGBT plus community. And today in this group of outstanding specialists, experts, we'll be talking a lot about graphs, numbers, KPIs, performance, effectiveness, but not only the statistics related to effectiveness gathered us here. We are probably for other reasons, and I'm speaking as a person who is spending half of my life in front of Excel spreadsheets. We are not here due to statistics. We are here because 50% of the LGBT plus community in Poland is showing symptoms of depression, and similar percentage of the LGBT community has faced hatred and violence motivated by hatred. And we are here because 1 out of 4 students in Poland has gone through an episode of homelessness. We are also here because 10% of LGBT plus youth has been cast out of homes only within the last couple of years, and we cannot come to terms with such statistics in a country which for the third time in a row came last in the ranking and is currently considered as the least friendly country for LGBT plus people. We do not agree to that. We are not here also to focus on the fate of a group which is going through hard times, and with that we believe that as business we have something more to do than just generate profit. I'm not saying profit is not important. Someone said once that profit for companies is like breathing for people. We cannot thrive, exist without it, but this is not the purpose why we wake up in the morning, and I think we all understand this. And it is really uncanny that what impact the business can have on the reality in this country. I think we should realize that a bit more, and that's why I'm waiting for the great discussions that we are up for today. I'm wishing all very fruitful work, and tomorrow we'll continue for some more. Rafał Dębę, thank you. As I said, that was the last of the opening speeches. My clock is already telling me that my watch is telling me that I've already gone 2 floors up just by climbing this podium. In a moment, the host and the head of the czystagospodarka.pl portal will open a new panel.
dobry Państwu.
Good morning. My name is Darian Johnson. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Pure Economy portal. Rafał Dębę said curiously that we are not here to watch graphs, data and analyze numbers, but we are a bit going to talk about KPIs and focus on numbers because we are the topic is how much what is the cost of the LGBT plus discrimination. But before that, the representative of the Polish Economy and Development Bank will outline the situation and will offer grounds for further debate. The floor is yours, Marcin.
Tak jak już było wspomniane, nazywam się Marcin.
As it was introduced, my name is Martin. I am the economist in the European Bank for Restructuring and Development, and I was not one of the authors of the report, but I have familiarized myself with the contents at the very beginning when it was in the online version, and I familiarized myself with the situation in the four countries, that is Poland, Romania, Hungary. And the two things before I start with my presentation, which will be briefly a brief presentation of the content of the report. Decades ago, people did away with the myth of a homosexual person that is carefree, lives comfortably, has 2 penthouses in New York, and uses life in full. But American economist Lee Budget indicated for the first time, indicated the economic costs of discrimination, and the report we are talking about today shows the queer persons from a bit truer perspective. And the other thing is that when we talked about discrimination, we usually refer to values, and this discussion led us in strange directions. Today, we are starting to use a different language, the language of economy. We are talking about money, and we show that discrimination really costs us money. And this argument is more clearly and readily understood by various parties, and this is what we are discussing today during my panel and the presentation itself. And the way in which economies approach LGBT plus communities and the manner in which companies operate, how far they are open to the diversity affects the development of those economies. And the report discusses situations in the CEE countries, and the sample is the sample of 4 countries: Poland, Hungary, Romania and Ukraine. For me, the values are shocking. The cost of discrimination, according to the report's estimates, is between 0.2 and 0.4% of GDP. On the scale of the region, for example, in Romania, the cost may amount even up to 1.75% of GDP. So these values may not tell us much. But in other words, in the case of Poland, the cost that would be the cost of the entire second level generation last year. In Romania, that would be the cost of the entire healthcare services, and in case of Hungary, that would be the cost of the budget of public media. Annual budget of public media. That's a lot. And what is really startling in this and shocking, truly, that this is only the tip of the iceberg, because in the case of this report, we are only talking about direct cost. And in fact, here we took into consideration the estimates from labor market, the pay gap, the non-heteronormative and heteronormative persons compared, and the pay gap costs related to healthcare, so how much we really pay for the absence at work of employees due to homophobia. And a handful of graphs.
Też jako, że nie jestem autorem.
And since I'm not the author of the report, I will venture some commentary. So we can see some correlation. The big picture is that we have a positive correlation between whether the economies are competitive or not competitive and the rights of queer people. On the x-axis, we have the barometer of the rights of LGBT plus people. On the vertical axis, we have various indicators. On the first graph, we have competitiveness, and we can see this positive correlation very clearly. On average, this correlation is between 50 and 70%, meaning the more tolerant economies are, the better or the more friendly legislation they have, they tend to be more competitive on the international level. And to the right, we have a graph comparing, showing the ease of making business, doing business. The LGBT plus friendly economies are friendlier to business. The economies are also more innovative.
Ludzie więcej mają.
That's the third graph, and people are more affluent. GDP
Z szacunku
per capita, as it was estimated in the report, with a simple regression showing relation between GDP per capita and the rights of queer people, indicating that 10% improvement in legislation related to LGBT plus friendliness entails increase in GDP per capita amounting to over 3,000 euros per year. These are only two changeables, two variables taken into consideration. It is not really discussed here whether the country is more open to trade, whether it has better labor market regulations. In general, however, we can perceive some positive interrelation between the openness to diversity and the level of GDP per capita.
O czym właśnie wspominał George wcześniej.
And as George mentioned,
Głośno było o Polsce w pracy.
the reputation, the public image is also important. Poland, Romania, Hungary have been present a lot in the media in the context of their unfriendliness towards the queer people and companies investing or tending to invest in such countries can read such headlines. And definitely this is not only about low labor costs. Poland has been an assembly line for a long time and for foreign companies and the solutions implemented in country were innovative, but in long term we need highly qualified personnel internally, and we need to attract such personnel from other countries. And if the climate is not friendly, as the headlines indicate, the risk of running business activity is higher because of limited access to human capital.
Tutaj widzimy jakby to.
And in this graph, we can see the results of the study of the World Bank and the LinkedIn portal, indicating the outflow of highly educated or skilled personnel from future jobs, the outflow from CEE countries towards Western European states. There may be many other factors than just LGBT plus rights, but the countries which are in danger of outflow of highly skilled personnel really need to take proper care of their reputation and become friendlier towards about inclusion of LGBT plus personnel. And the report of our bank regarding the transformation, EBRD report regarding digitization from last year, as is shown in this graph in net values, we can see that in individual professional groups, we can see that, for example, disruptive tech skills, the most revolutionary skills, usually linked to high-tech and innovative sectors, lose personnel for the benefit of more advanced economies. And while employees from the region in which the EBRD invests, which is the Central Eastern Europe and North Africa, these countries are losing such personnel. Hence, reputation is very important. People seek better paid jobs, but also they seek better social conditions in which, in individual countries, they can live decent lives. That's why it is important that economies take care of their minorities. Also, companies
osiągają lepsze wyniki finansowe.
Achieve better financial results. In this graph, we can see comparison of several indicators. One of them is MSCI, which includes a range of companies, both large and medium-sized, from developed economies and developing economies. And this is marked in black, while color red indicates companies which are friendly to LGBT plus persons, as well as in which high-level managers are either openly LGBT plus people or promote openness policies in their companies. So we can see that such companies come out better and gain better financial results in long term. This graph is a bit old because it was only up to 2016, but I found newer data. And we have the index of 500 largest companies on the exchange market versus 100 companies with the friendliest LGBT plus policies. And we can also see that companies with such policies score better. And since things happen in this way, companies start noticing that diversity policies are important for for business. That's why the report conducted a study in 190 companies, and the result is that 60% nearly of companies claim that they were committed or extremely committed to running policies supporting diversity in their companies, in their organizations. Why is it also important? Well, sometimes it can be just marketing, but we are focusing on higher objectives. And last year, for example, the stock exchange in Warsaw published its report with the participation of EBRD about the good practices relating to how to report non-financial matters for the purposes of ESG index, that is environment, society, and corporate ordinance. And for quite some time in the Warsaw Stock Exchange, we have a WIG ESG index, including those companies which take care for high standards of corporate governance, they care for environment, and they also come out better financially than the companies included in WIG 20. Of course, environment is obvious. Corporate governance is also okay, but the letter S is where a lot remains to be done.
I tylko dodam jeszcze, że właśnie odnośnie
Let me just add that regarding non-financial reporting, the EU published a directive, and large stock exchange listed companies since 2024 will be forced to report on
swoich wyników
the
ESG.
results. Meanwhile, smaller companies will be required to do so since 2026.
Kończąc tutaj
And to finish my longish speech, let me say that at the stock exchange, a survey was conducted, and about 9% of respondents said that companies that target ESG are less risky. That is, these companies are better or more attractive as an investment. Thank you very much. Please, Marcin, take the seat, and I'd like to invite two other panelists, Ms. Balcerowicz and Professor Witold Orłowski, the Chief Economic Advisor at PwC Poland.
I powinien być jeszcze z nami znowu.
We should have with us James Hughes, Minister Councillor for Economic Affairs from the British Embassy.
Hello.
Yeah, hello James, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, hi, great. Dobrze, szanowni państwo.
Right, so
Marcinie,
thank you very much, Marcin, for this wonderful introduction.
do pana
The
profesora.
first question goes to the professor and the president, Mrs. President. Are these reports needed? I mean, in economic terms, because we are focusing on economic aspects of LGBT discrimination. Thank you very much for this invitation. I accepted your invitation before I read the report because these are some fundamental issues that must be taken care of. I'm sure it will take a lot of time, but we must keep fighting for them because nothing good comes on its own. We must fight for some fundamental things, even as fundamental as admitting that we are all equal. So I'm really happy to be here, and I have this is for me an opportunity to get to know Open for Business, an important organization. It's very important for companies, for businesses to come together and fight for some important things, because as we can clearly see from the report, it translates into companies' results. We must be aware of that, and we should be very happy with this initiative, that this initiative came to Poland. Third thing I want to say is that, I mean, you've asked me whether the reports like this is important. I understand we are trailblazers in terms of economic studies on inclusion. I don't like the word inkluzja in Polish because it's a direct, it's taken directly from English. But we should be. I mean, it's extremely important because apart from the moral imperative about which we've heard before, from the keynote speakers, there is also the economic imperative. And here is a report that shows from various angles what inclusion of LGBT community means, and it also shows what are the costs of non-including them. I'm happy that the report shows it on the level of companies. There is also an attempt of showing the costs from the macro perspective, and I'll come back to that later because we can work on it for the benefit of the analysis itself. I understand this is a pioneering report. So, as is usual for economic report, we have economic arguments. We are speaking about macro, meso, and company levels, and I'm happy that you show in the report what are the costs of non-inclusion of LGBT, what are the costs, losses on the level of businesses, and then we have conversely we see the report shows what it means to include this community in business activity, and we very clearly see the image of a country which encourages investors. I mean, economic decisions depend on very many different factors. Discrimination is only one of the factors that is taken into the account, or not, but there is also a host of other arguments that may encourage investors to invest in a given country. There's also a very important issue of brain drain, educated, non-heteronormative, smart people escaping a country due to persecution. I really like the analysis that showed that diversity supports innovation. For large, innovative companies, it's very important. They see it and they are trying to do something about it. Thank you very much. I will come back later. Hello, thank you very much for the invitation, and I've read the report, and as I was reading it, I thought that there are three reasons nobody should be discriminated, and especially non-heteronormative people shouldn't be discriminated against. Number one is you shouldn't do it because you shouldn't do it. Number two, you mustn't do it. And number three is it's not worth it. We shouldn't do it because we are all people and nobody should be discriminated for moral reasons. I mean, for any normal person, this is normal that any discrimination is absurd. But let's leave it, that's obvious. You mustn't do it because it's a crime. I mean, the constitution and constitutions of majority of the countries stipulate that all people are equal, citizens have equal rights, so any disrespect for these rules in practice is a violation. I mean, you know, very often it's hidden. Formally, the law is not violated, but, you know, in practice, it is what it is. But the report is about also about the third thing. It's not worth it. Any discrimination, in this case, against LGBT, is a loss for the economy, for businesses, and I'd say that, of course, discrimination of any minority is a loss. In the countries discussed, I think I won't be wrong by saying that the LGBT is the biggest minority that can be perceived as discriminated against. I mean, there are countries with migrants, and you can ask yourself, is there a bigger problem with discriminating against migrants or LGBT? I mean, in our countries, in our three countries, the biggest problem is discrimination against LGBT people. As regards the very report itself, it's very hard to calculate it. You know, if you told somebody, please calculate how much the economy loses due to discrimination, this is very hard to calculate. I mean, economists would say, why did you calculate it this way, not that way? I mean, this is not an economic seminar about how it was calculated, so leave it at that. I mean, it's still interesting subject for discussion, but this report clearly shows one thing, and it's you know, even if the error is 50% plus or minus. Even in the case of Poland, we are talking about billions of zlotys. So regardless of, I mean, let's even say there's a fundamental error in the measurement. It's not 3 billion, it's 6 billion. It's, or you know, 2 instead of 6. Still, we are talking about gigantic money. Somebody compared that to the cost of higher education in Poland, annual cost of higher education in Poland. Yeah. There's also a question how to combat that, and what's interesting is that really the businesses noticed it earlier. From the perspective, as countries, we are only getting there. I mean, there must be clear pressure. For example, the Commission exerts pressure, like, you know, banks are also pressing against financing more coal-fired power stations. I mean, we have conservative voters that might not accept some changes around them, not because of ill will. I mean, still the understanding originated in businesses why discrimination against LGBT people generates losses. I mean, there are many arguments to prove it, but in modern developing companies for years they've been saying that the key challenge is to attract and maintain talent. I've been advising PwC for many years, and PwC has been surveying companies for 20 years and asking them about the biggest challenges. We've experienced wars, we've experienced financial crises. For businesses, always the challenge number one, as far as I remember, you know, few thousand companies across the world. For them, number one challenge is to attract and maintain talent. This is the rarest asset in economy right now. And obviously, you know, leaving all the moral issues aside, you know, we are trying to promote talent, but let's say 10 or 15, but we will not promote you, we will not search talent among you. I mean, this is such a clear loss that businesses understood it long time ago. If we, I mean, real talent is the rarest asset in the economy. I mean, there's a lot of hardworking people, but rare talent is very, I mean, real talent is very rare. I mean, talent is also a very wide notion. From the perspective of business, it is very easy to define what the talent is. So, if you resign from a part of talents, which form a limited set, it's a clear loss. Also, people escape from companies where they don't feel they are treated fair. And my last sentence, what you see in the report is they're trying to put that on the country level. So if businesses feel that, it's exactly the same for countries. We have limited number of talents in a country. The more we attract from outside, the less we lose. The better we use these talents in the country, the better for our growth. And that's the most important fundamental message of this report, which I totally support. Just briefly, if I may add two things. Absolutely, I agree with you, Professor. Regarding businesses that feel the need to fight for talent, we are talking about big businesses. They must see that they know that they must change their HR policy to attract talent from outside of the countries where the pro-minority policy is good. This is why country policies are important, because then businesses are forced to implement pro-minority solutions in the HR. You know, the European Union might be the scapegoat. You know, the European Union implements a directive and forces all businesses to be more inclusive. And there are studies showing that the companies that weren't aware of the problem gain the most. So coming back to businesses not realizing the problem, you know, we often say that, you know, somebody's discriminated against directly, you know, because of his dress, the way he dresses, he or she dresses, he won't be promoted in a company. Discrimination is mainly about hidden costs. The way it works is that a person who doesn't feel him or herself at the place of work is not investing him or herself fully in the company it works. You know, like when you have migraines, when you have sore throat, you are not fully productive. People who experience discrimination at the place of work, at the workplace, are not fully productive as much as they would be. You know, it might be a brutal comparison, like an electric fence. You know, let's say there's a dog sitting outside of a house, and he went through the electric fence. You know, he no longer runs away. You know, these are, the neighbor would say, well, that's a good dog. He doesn't escape. He sits at his home. But this isn't in fact how it works, because there are some invisible walls that prevent this dog from fulfilling its full potential. So this is important to have this top-down policy to address these issues. I just remember one thing. The progress is the biggest. I was referring to the PwC survey. Every year, talent was the number one challenge, but in the central and eastern Poland, talent was very much down the line, down the ranking. So in our region, bureaucracy, politics was the main challenge, but it is changing. Over the years, the understanding for the talent challenge is changing. So we have the most to win here, because in the UK, further promotion of equality, considering how much they've done, provides some results. But in countries and in businesses where there's a lot of inequality, we can win the most in economic sense by removing the inequalities. So that's low-hanging fruit for us. Now, question to James.
Minister Counselor for Economic Affairs at the British Embassy, and I quote, one of your task is to strengthen the economic, science, trade and investment relationship between the UK and Poland. So from your perspective, is higher than average in the EU discrimination against LGBT plus people in Poland is an economic problem?
That is indeed my role, and by seeking to strengthen the economic partnership between our two countries, we're already building on a strong base. Our trade and investment relationship was around £22 billion before the pandemic. Last year, our trade relationship consisted of total trade in goods and services was £19 billion. More widely, Poland and the UK have, of course, been at the forefront of the global community's efforts following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And our defence, our security, our people-to-people links are as strong as ever, not least given the contribution of several 100,000 Polish people who live in the UK, which I'll refer to a bit later on, I'm sure. Now, in order to build on that strong economic foundation and to continue to grow our trade and investment relationship, it's in both countries' interests that Poland's strong and dynamic economy continues to flourish. And that involves making the most of opportunities. I said in my opening remarks for this event about harnessing the opportunities and using the economic case for inclusion and diversity. And there is a clear correlation between the promotion of rights for LGBTQ plus people and competitiveness and innovation indices, in the same way that you see this for other groups as well. I note what our PwC colleague said in terms of the place of LGBT plus rights in respect of other minority groups. I mean, this is not a mutually exclusive thing, of course. There are clear analyses pointing to the economic dividend of inclusion more generally in society, and not necessarily, not just for LGBT plus, but there is clear analysis, as has already been set out, including from our EBRD colleague a moment ago. And so if we see the question of LGBT plus inclusion in terms of an economic dividend, in terms of an economic opportunity, we can see there's obvious potential for societies to build their economies further through an inclusive and diverse approach across the economy, alongside a wide-ranging commitment to non-discrimination.
Thank you, James. Szanowni Państwo, raport porusza bardzo wiele.
Thank you, James. The report really tackles a lot of matters such as brain drain, direct foreign investment, the country image and impact of LGBT rights on all those matters. But if I ask you a question, which of these things is most affected by the discrimination of LGBT plus community in Poland? So what is the most dire economic effect? In which field can we observe it? So where can we also start the process of repair?
Ja może bym chciała nawiązać do tego.
Allow me to refer to what Witold said quite optimistically, that we have a lot to gain, which is a great reaction to the misery that we are currently seeing in the opinion about Poland. The report indicates that according to two barometers, the global barometer of gay rights gave us the D rating, which is intolerant country. There were 27 questions that were answered, so definitely it's an important indicator. The D means like a Polish 2 in Polish schools, which is not the lowest, but the one above. Well, so intolerant country. Then we have resistant countries, tolerant and protecting countries. But we are an intolerant country in which the indicator of the transgender protection means persecution, which is the lowest possible rating we can get. But Witek said that things are changing slowly. Companies have noticed the importance of talents. Talents also happen among queer people. Well, the step is in the right direction, and it is optimistic that companies have noticed that, and it is also optimistic that there are initiatives such as this one, meaning Open for Business or the Responsible Business Forum, which also voices the importance of the diversity charter, and that more and more local governments become signatories to the charter. So without such movements,
osób ujawnia się i mówi o tym.
And without
Dzięki temu
people speaking out and coming out as LGBT people,
moim zdaniem już w Polsce nastąpiły ogromne zmiany kulturowe.
This lays the grounds for major cultural change in Poland, and without it we will not move forward much, because they precondition the societal willingness, even though the political powers can try and shape societies in some ways. Well, the present day political power in Poland is working in the other direction, but with the great involvement of companies working to their own benefits to retain talents, we may count on different public reactions towards LGBT plus community. So I think that this is going to be changing slowly and will be going in the good direction, even though for quite a few years already we've been really collapsing the other way. But I'm still optimistic. I've been noticing great cultural changes without which economic changes will not be resistant. This is the main factor on which we have to build. Maybe I'm talking too much already, but I've recently seen some interesting study results about 31 countries and related to the pay gap between men and women. Well, we are not talking about this gender pay gap, but this is also a major issue, meaning discrimination of women at work. But it turned out that cultural factors are the strongest determinants of this pay gap. So if we take that into consideration, that multi-factor model with the cultural factors in 90%, the culture explains the difference. And thank you. Well, I'm also optimistic, even though I'm disappointed. I know that things are going in the good direction, but they are going too slow in that direction, and I'm disappointed with that. But I agree that the fundamental significance is culture, and which is evolving. Many people in this room will not know what I'm talking about, but a decade ago we had some politicians who thought that since Tinky Winky is wearing a pink handbag, it is part of LGBT propaganda smuggled to children. But this was laughed about, and definitely today in Poland it would also cause outrage. And but things, cultural changes around the world take time, and we may only blame ourselves that Poland is as it is. But even in the UK, in Great Britain, Oscar Wilde was charged with homosexuality and condemned for that. So definitely they have also gone a long way. For many reasons also in Poland, including communism, taking us back decades in terms of development in comparison with Western European states. Well, we have some delays, but we are not much different than the rest of the world. 50, 70 years ago, the entire Western world was purely homophobic. And we only have a longer route to go than other countries that have already been there. And I agree that cultural changes are key, and I'm convinced that various actions of the present-day Polish ministries really accelerate cultural changes, because ridiculing themselves, they just give weapon to the opposition. And briefly answering the question, what is important to be done first and where the losses are the most important. I think that those young LGBT people who decide to emigrate motivated by the fact that they don't feel at ease in the country simply, but the economic effects are omnipresent. But this instance is the most visible. People leaving country, even though they are not themselves LGBT+, but they are convinced that the country is really not cool, and even so living in a non-cool country may not be very attractive to youth. Marcin Tomaszewski, so what is the biggest problem to you, and are you optimistic or pessimistic about solving it? The issue is that, in fact, the policies that promote discrimination mean robbing Polish economy of talents that, in fact, could work for the benefit of that economy. Economists speak about potential production, for example, where we can use the means of production in a sustainable and most effective way. And if a group of people faces some barriers to entering the market or being themselves at the place of work, well, this produces the situation of ineffective work and waste of human capital. And regarding this tinky-winky gay propaganda, well, there was a study at the UCLA where groups of students were supposed to do some mathematical task. One of the person was dressed a bit differently, not openly gay, but was interested more in dancing and studied interior design. And it turned out that the group which had a person like that in the team scored worse. So the conclusion was that the energy devoted to guessing about this person's sexuality meant that the time was wasted rather than used for solving the task. But so all sorts of conclusions can be drawn, as you can see, but whether I'm optimistic or not, I'm still optimistic. We cannot go any worse. Well, we could probably, but I remain slightly optimistic then, but we are still missing hard data. We are still missing proper studies. The funds that are currently spent on analyzing discrimination and its impact on the economy, only 6% of that such funds are spent outside the USA. So, in fact, the studies of economic costs can positively impact the perception of societies and the way in which companies and then legislators organize the social life.
Też już kończąc, takie badanie kolegów.
And now, at the end, let me refer to a study from my colleagues from EBRD, maybe two studies. So the first of them, just one, because we are running out of time. So the first was to answer the question whether the legislation impacts the way in which people perceive others, or is it the other way around. EBRD conducted this study, and it turned out that in countries where the union of LGBT persons was recognized legally, the perception of LGBT people changed. Now, concluding, companies definitely lose because of discrimination,
Osoby, które same wnoszą do gospodarki.
because they lose LGBT people who can contribute to the economy, who can contribute some creative powers, but we all, as consumers, if LGBT marriages were legal, then definitely this would generate a lot more income for hotels, restaurants, and LGBT divorces, again, for legal firms, a great source of income. Well, I'm sorry, but we need to conclude. Well, I'm surprised that all the panelists seem to be still very optimistic, and I'm glad of that, and I'm already inviting you to the next panel devoted to self-government or local governments. Thank you.
A ten panel rzeczywiście już za moment będziemy rozmawiali o...
The panel is going to start in a moment. We'll be talking about regions, how cities and the regions develop primarily in Poland, in the light of what we have just heard, meaning discrimination of the LGBT community. But before we begin that panel, George, this is your time now.
At a moment to chew my nuts, so to speak, before we got into the presentation. But thank you again. We're going to move into cities, and I'm very excited to talk to you a little bit about the work that we've done on cities. And why are cities important? I think we've heard a little bit about this already today. I mean, it's where innovation and creativity start. It's where people are attracted. It's where LGBT people come, many from small towns and villages where they're not accepted, to come to a big city. It's also where politics can be much more progressive than at the national level. And we see that definitely here in Warsaw. We see it in Budapest. We see it in many other capitals in Central and Eastern Europe, that the mayors in these cities are much more inclusive in their policies and their thinking than at the national level. So what I'm going to talk a little bit about is our cities report and cities rating, just to kick off this panel. If you can go to the next slide, please. And just as you know a little bit about Open for Business, that we are a coalition of 35 plus companies, many of which you see here. Some of you work for these companies here in Poland, which is fantastic. And just to say that these companies all support our work and the idea that economic inclusion is important for the LGBT community. Next slide. And I just want to say a little word about our Cities Ratings 2022. This is the third version that we've done. We started this in 2018. We launched this at Davos at the World Economic Forum. We then did a version 2 years ago in 2020. And now this is the third release 2 years later of the Cities Report. And this is sponsored by Accenture. Is there any Accenture people in the room today? No, but thank you. And to all those who are watching online, just to say, and we're very excited about it, and you'll hear more about it. It's coming next week, in fact, a week from today. So it's a very busy time for Open for Business, as you can tell. Next slide, please. And what our cities rating look at are two areas. We look at economic competitiveness, and we look at LGBT inclusiveness. And we're the only group that creates an index like this, where we look at both these indicators from the two areas. So we look at issues like economic performance, innovation, the environment for doing business, human capital, how good is the stock of human capital in the region for doing work, and entrepreneurship as well, because we see these are all the drivers, as we know, of businesses. And then on the other side, on LGBT inclusiveness, we look at social attitudes. How do societies look at LGBT people, and also what kind of legislation exists for them? And we create an index based on all of these indicators that is unique to Open for Business. Next slide. And we then rate cities, very similar to the ratings agencies, how they rate companies, both by A, B, C, D, and E. And basically, the A-level ones fully open for business, the B-level and C-level partially open, and the D and E mostly closed. And unfortunately, keep going. Next slide, please. What we find, and again, we look at a lot of correlation data here, is that more inclusive cities are more resilient. And let's think about this for Warsaw right now, coming through the pandemic and coming through the refugee crisis as well. So important that, you know, when you have a city that's open and welcoming, that it is also more resilient to economic shocks, environmental shocks, things like that. Cities bounce back when they're stronger on inclusion. Next slide. And what we also find is that the economies of more inclusive cities have stronger economies. And this is a really interesting chart, and I just want to show you again, we're looking at correlations here. And these cities in A are basically cities that are sort of one economy kind of cities. And these include both places like Abu Dhabi and Dubai that are based on oil and extractive industries, but also cities like Nairobi that have very simple economies as well. In the middle, in that B range, are cities that are in that sort of in-between state, that are beginning to build larger specialized businesses, whether in service industries or more advanced manufacturing, things like that. And actually, Warsaw sits in this range. And then at the very end, you see those cities C that are the most inclusive economies in this area. And this is economies like New York or Tokyo or London that have very advanced service societies, financial activities, things like that. And those we see are the ones where the inclusion score and the economics are in line. Next slide, please. But what we found, and this is from this year's report, sadly, is that we're seeing declining global performance globally. And as you can see in many areas, and especially you can see in Central and Eastern Europe, we've seen a big decline. And this is a lot has to do with decline in attitudes and beliefs about LGBT people. And I think, as we know through the pandemic, it's been a very hard period for many people, and a lot of our inclusion scores have gone down overall. Next slide. And just to say, we're launching this report in Amsterdam. If anyone is going to be in Amsterdam next Tuesday, let me know, or you can follow online. If you go to our website and look at upcoming events, you can find it there. But we will be launching at 4:30 in the afternoon in Amsterdam. So we look forward to seeing you there. We look forward to sharing these results. And again, making the case that economic inclusion is good for economies, it's good for countries, and it's good for cities as well. So with that, I will turn it over to, I think, Michal again. Yes, okay, thank you.
George, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to hear your speech. A zanim zaczniemy dyskusję o samorządach, to jeszcze
Before we start discussing local authorities, let's have you, Robert Biedroń, member of European Parliament, in the context of local communities and local authorities. He is a former mayor of Słupsk. Now over for a couple of words from Robert Biedroń. First of all, let me thank you for inviting me to the discussion on development of cities in the context of discrimination of LGBT people. This situation is very rightly described by Open for Business report, the arguments for inclusion of LGBT people in Central and Eastern Europe. This study covers as private and sector, and the correlation with queer people situations in the region. The discussion, it's a review of literature on key problems, economic problems related with LGBT community in each area. It also describes economic opportunities for local businesses. Poland's so-called LGBT-free zones, discriminating policies and clandestine limitations of rights has colossal, even though unseen for many politicians, impact on Poland's development. Poland is one of the countries that is the most successful country after joining the EU, and it strengthened its ICT sectors and food sectors that allows Poland to compete with the EU member states and other countries worldwide. However, in the coming years, Poland will face some key challenges in terms of development. One of them is limitation of the workforce due to workforce and due to aging of the society. This problem is exacerbated by lack of inclusive supporting rights. Poland is also going into the medium income, medium product, average GDP trap. Businesses are not developing technologies and services which are necessary for a country on the global market. This is not looking good, so it is important to build discrimination-free treatment in the labor market for LGBT people. This is confirmed by many reports. LGBT employees are less and less afraid of discrimination, but there still remains a lot to be done. Active anti-discrimination policy may build positive changes that will benefit everybody. Annually, discrimination of LGBT plus costs between 4.6 to 9.5 billion zlotys. This is we are talking about 2.9 between 4.4 billion zlotys, payment equalities and inequalities in health and healthcare, which we are talking about between 1.7 and 5.1 billion zlotys. LGBT-free zones and impact on the economy. It's very simple. Discrimination and discriminating policies contribute to blocking of Norwegian funds or EU funds. Instead of respecting minority rights and instead of receiving more funding, the authorities prefers to be hateful and prefers to lose money. Is it profitable? Of course not. We are talking about economic equality, so the costs are huge. What can we do in order to prevent inequalities and to save boosting Polish economy? A lot is to be done by local authorities because they have a lot of tools to improve the awareness of people. I'm talking about tools such as implementing anti-discrimination education and sexual education in schools, supporting NGOs acting towards acceptance and tolerance. Local authorities may implement diversity charters by creating good practices in the workplace. They can also promote LGBT-friendly employers. They can cooperate with them, and they can promote good relations between employers and employees. Local authorities may also implement good standards such as anti-discrimination clauses in contracts with specific penalties attached to them. Such tools do not require any particular funding, and the benefits will be very clear. This is why we should recommend such solutions to everybody without any exception. So much from a former mayor of Słupsk, who still remains a politician. And now we'll discuss inclusion with people who are dealing with inclusion on daily basis. Ms. Dronowska, Business and Social Dialogue Officer at Warsaw, Jolanta Niezgodzka, a city councillor from Wrocław, Marek Scholz, a councillor, city councillor of Warsaw, and online joining us from Wrocław, Nina Gabryś, sorry that she's from Krakow, not Wrocław, Equality Policy Officer from Krakow.
Słyszeliśmy przed chwilą, no między innymi od Roberta Biedronia.
Just a while ago, we've heard from Robert Biedroń what local authorities can do. Before, we've heard about some correlations. I'm not a sociologist. I mean, I am by education. You know, correlation and causality are two different things. I mean, there is correlation, but as I was reading the report, I was thinking which came first, egg or chicken? Do businesses profit more because they are more inclusive, or is it profitable businesses that are more aware and they can be more inclusive? At the same time, how can local authorities support businesses in what they are doing? So what can local authorities do, or what they do? Well, local authorities, same as businesses, realize the potential of diversity, and I have a feeling that a lot of larger and smaller authorities are starting to deal with the subject. Like the capital city of Warsaw that adopted in the April of this year social equality policy. It's the policy that was prepared for 2 years in cooperation with NGOs to really actually implement changes in the local authorities. This will have impact on all projects, programs and actions of institutions in our city. Which came first, the egg or the chicken, from the perspective of the local authority, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter for business in the same vein. It's important that decisions drive action. The local authorities see what's going on in the business, and like business, we see diversity as a value, as a potential, and as a real economic benefit. The report says that there is a number of factors that convince or don't convince employees to work in a certain part of Europe. There are many factors that are important for businesses when they decide about transferring to a country. There are many factors like taxes and so on and so forth. But the DNI is also important. From your perspective, from your experience, how high is DNI? How high does DNI score when the business decides to move to a to a country or to a place. If a company includes D&I in the policy, they will look for a place where they can ensure the diversity and inclusion for their staff. So if the company wants to acquire talent and maintain talent, they will look for a country, a place where that will ensure that people, their employees, feel good and feel comfortable. Large cities that are more liberal, I mean, we can take all sorts of action. As local authorities, we can do much more because we have huge impact on social change. We can do a lot in education, especially now when the government is an enemy of LGBT people. What's happening in our country, what headlines reach people from the West. Even if local authorities create good conditions for people on the ground, even if they ensure good, comfortable conditions for LGBT people, such people won't be willing to take employment. The dehumanization that's been going on for a couple of years will prevent people from moving to people. Then business won't be willing to invest, and local authorities may try to stop to prevent companies from moving away, but the government may destroy all of that. Before we move to Krakow, I have a question to Marek Schulz. Indeed, you can take action, you can have campaigns from local authorities, but at the end of the day, the business will say, okay, but I've just read a headline that the Equality March was attacked in Białystok. In Warsaw, demonstrators were shouting slogans against LGBT, that the Rainbow Monument was burned in Warsaw, and then everything local authorities say goes to a trash, because an employer then turns on the BBC and he thinks, well, I won't go there because I don't want to put my employees at risk. From the perspective of a co-author of the Warsaw's policy, apart from politics, I also have a decent job. I'm a manager and I'm a recruiter in a company which is an ESG rater. I'm a coordinator of our Rainbow Network in the company, and also from the perspective of an LGBT plus person, also an individual that experiences it directly. On the one hand, both business and local authorities agree that on some values. Serious businesses support equality, inclusion. We actively oppose hatred, and we are prepared to face consequences, like the case of IKEA, where an employee was prosecuted for opposing hate speech. And local authorities, especially where we have leaders who say we are not afraid of the rainbow, we are not afraid of supporting LGBT+, it's a serious counterweight to what Jola was talking about, the sea of hate from public media, the government, or radical opponents of LGBT+ people. There's a great potential, and I'm very happy that this report that we discussed today was created, because we have another lever to convince people that it's LGBT. It's not about somebody's feeling. It's not somebody's human rights. Because I accept that for some people this may be something abstract. We have very serious, concrete numbers. Discrimination costs money, and as I can see on the example of my friends, say I can't take it anymore. I'm done with this atmosphere. I'm done with being treated like a trash. They move out, huge, gigantic losses. So I'm happy that we create a critical mass of institutions, business, and people that can act. And here I'm moving to a different perspective as a manager, as a recruiter. I see it's a challenge. I'm working in a company that needs to attract people from other countries. And this subject comes up. I have during interviews people who say, I'm LGBT plus. I want to work in an inclusive company. It's phenomenal that young LGBT people declare that during interviews, job interviews. But they're also asking about how it's what's life like. It's anecdata, but it's important for people during interviews. So the government is driving an active hunt. There are people who are, and it doesn't make it easier. Marriage, equality, adoption, full protection against hate speech. It's a standard in Europe. This is expected by people coming to Poland and also Polish LGBT people.
This was mentioned by Professor Orłowski, who said that talent is one of the resources that are most limited and scarce. And on the other hand, this outlook of business, I'm also working for CD Projekt, a company which very frequently voices these issues, and I'm very proud of that. And I sometimes wondering what is important, more important, to be interested in that, or maybe to be just to be accepting regardless of what it is. So, for example, I'm not interested in other people's religions. I work with people and I never ask them about this. Why should we be interested in the sexualities? Now let me move to Krakow and the local government are operating in this field and the possible obstacles that they may encounter. What I would like to underline at the beginning is that cities are employers primarily, and in my opinion, what is the obligation is to be an exemplary employer in terms of non-discrimination, because we employ plenty of people both in our offices and other municipal companies, and we need to ensure conditions to creating a safe space for work. And business has already worked out a lot of practices that we can borrow, from which we can learn. And as the city of Krakow, we've been involved in quite some time in building the non-discriminatory policies within our structures, because we think we need to start from ourselves. First, we need to find out what is the problem in our organization, what are the threats still present, and we need to invest in raising internal awareness of what should be perceived as discrimination, hate speech, mobbing. So these are the problems that are present in any workplace, but employers need to take active steps to counteract it, but not only by intervening, but also by educating, preventing.
lat bardzo jakby dużej nieobecności tych
Well, these issues have been absent from public sector and governance for quite many years, and in the main discourse, this inclusivity has not been making headlines. So a lot remains to be done, and employers have to catch up, but we need to know how to do it. We need studies, we need research. We have already done some quantitative research. We are now continuing qualitative research and gender equality studies, recognition of discriminatory procedures, work and life balance issues. So matters that we have already discussed with our personnel and in order to find out their expectations, because as an employer, caring employer, we want to ensure those key issues are taken care of at the place of work. And we want to build a city that is attractive in terms of equality, and that creates an atmosphere of security, of safety for people who work in this place, for companies that take on themselves the responsibility of employing people. So definitely cities need to send a clear signal that they are starting from themselves, that they are building an example for others to follow, because at the end of the day, well, things may happen, but we are not after an ideal situation. What we are after is having effective tools to react with when something happens. So this is the first step that we need to take as local governments if we want to build equality policies outside of our organizations. And I'm wondering whether in Krakow, in other cities that we have here in the room and online, whether you have ever faced a situation in which, and you are aware of, in which people took a business decision regarding location of the business, or starting a business activity or signing a contract, guided by this very element, the D&I, the element of tolerance or intolerance. So they decided to continue or place the activity or not. I think that there are plenty of such examples. I understand that these are not the positive examples. Well, I really, yes, wanted to say about, mention the negative example, because as a city we are interested in attracting talents, investors, but it turns out that, for example, the European Drugs or Medicinal Products Agency, which was looking for a seat in one of the member states, conducted a study among the personnel, about 1,000 people working for that MIA agency, and it turned out that a great majority of them would leave if they were supposed to move to one of the cities in Central and Eastern Europe. So in the study, Warsaw and Bucharest were the cities mentioned. And in the end, the company found the new seat in Amsterdam. So the city, which was perceived by the personnel as the most open place, which offered the best potential for the development of the partners of the personnel of the European Medicines Agency. So we have an example which indicates how attitudes like that may destroy pro-economic attitudes in the city. But I would also like to point out that there is an increased awareness of the fact among companies and investors. As regards involvement in ESG, in 2018, the investors, about 27 or about that number, investors consider that aspect when thinking about the potential place for situating their operations. But even before the directive, the ESG directive was implemented, this interest increased to 60%. So we can see that both business and local governments who do not follow will exclude themselves from the market in a way. If I may add, from my professional perspective, that is the assessment of the management of supply chains. We have great challenges ahead of us because we have a lot of foreign companies investing in Poland and implementing some ESG solutions because they have management systems for those issues which position them well in supply chains, and since they have some competitive advantage due to that. But comparing it with Polish capital, with the business which was created in 1990s or early 2000s, but is well placed in the supply chains of foreign companies, and the companies cope well on the market, but we can see that the quality of management of the social aspects, such as diversity and inclusion, leaves a lot to be desired for. And if we look to other matters, such as other sectors such as energy or greenhouse gas emissions, we can already see that Polish suppliers stand out negatively in this aspect, because when companies prepare ratings of the supply chains, Polish companies come somewhere close to the end. And so the challenge is now to build awareness of that and to make them aware that the ESG policies cannot be limited to implementing what is obligatory in the labor code. This is by far not sufficient. This is not a complete proper approach. I know examples of Polish companies which landed outside of the pool of contractors, or they were forced to build their system because after the ratings it turned out that they do not comply with the requirements of larger companies with which they cooperated, which wanted to have ethical suppliers.
To pytanie do Niny i do Jolanty.
And question to Nina and Jolanta, starting with Nina. In contacts with local government authorities or people responsible for those matters in other countries, do you get asked by them what is going on in your country? So if your objective, in fact, for decades is catching up with the Western level of development, maybe you could also do the same in social terms. Nina, could you maybe tell us something about it? Well, we had a lot of such contacts during the time when the lesser Poland was declared as the LGBT-free zones. We have prepared letters, declarations. Our council also prepared a special resolution. So a lot of acts were issued after Krakow was placed on that homophobic map, but the information spread around Europe and the world. It affected very strongly our many partnership agreements. Some of them were really hanging by a thread at that time. So on the cooperation with our twinning cities and partner cities, those cities were ready to terminate that cooperation. So it required a lot of diplomatic work in order to maintain those good relations, but also on our side, the very strong declaration and commitment that as the city and the local government will be opposing that course of action. So understanding thinking of that situation and the fact that there is the city of Krakow and there is the region of Krakow was very often difficult to grasp for local governments from other countries, which made no difference between the city and the region, and we were very strongly included in that narrative that it was the city that adopted this stance, and I think it will for a long time to come reverberate and affect our international image, but so even though we do a lot to counteract it, this narrative was omnipresent and repeated by many politicians, including on the central level, and this heavily affected our international relations, and it created a very unfair, difficult picture, repeating a certain stereotype that people cherish about Krakow. So very often people think about a lesser Poland, Małopolska, the Krakow region, and the Kraków as the city. These are the conservative areas attached to the Catholic Church, where the right-wing politicians have a very strong voice. And on the other hand, we have a lot of initiatives in the other direction, with the rainbow flag on the city hall, waving on the city hall. But even with one negative action, the whole work is lost, and the situation is reversed back to that initial negative opinion about Krakow. So basically, for LGBT community, it is very difficult to live in a space that is perceived in this way. On the daily basis, it is a horrendous experience going against the constitution and against the human rights, clearly. Unfortunately, we were faced with this situation. And how could you answer that? Well, we understand that these were political drivers behind it, and then also going out of that was also dictated by political economic calculations, because the support funds, the aid funds were threatened. Well, fortunately, the chapter was closed, and hopefully it will never be reopened. But tell me, how can you answer effectively to a situation like that? Krakow or not Krakow? We are the capital of the region, which declared itself as a LGBT-free zone. So we have a situation like that. We cannot now start talking that there are many local governments involved, that there is one marshal here, another president here, or mayor there, and that there is a whole mosaic of opinions. Well, we know that this is only a symbolic declaration. We know that this has no legal grounds, that there will be no rules or procedures following. Of course, it creates a hateful message, but this is not local law. And explaining that was very difficult, definitely, because if something was adopted by a local government, this must be a local piece of local legislation. But, well, it was difficult to explain that it wasn't, in fact. But signals like that have to be counteracted strongly with your own different signals, which we try to send by reinforcing the sense of safety among LGBT people in Krakow. We started with Solidarity Evening with LGBT community, organized in communication with NGOs by a town hall, which then translated into establishing equal treatment council, and also very clear declaration of the president supporting LGBT community, and other symbolic acts, including the rainbow flag on the city hall, rainbow flags on the city Old Town Square. So definitely there is no place to be afraid to speak your mind, because we are fighting for really basic things, and so it will be difficult to remain silent and not respond simply. This is important to respond. Simply. In Wrocław, we cooperate very closely with the region of German region of Saxony, and with the ministry operating on in the area of equal treatment, and we simply received some financial support, especially at the time when we had protests regarding the new anti-abortion laws in Poland, and so we received support for educational activities, workshops, and some such. Well, my acquaintance a few years ago described the situation in Ireland, comparing it to Poland. He said that when conservatives in Ireland legalize same-sex relations, liberals in Poland are afraid to think about it. Well, so what is the result now? Well, we are going to have another election soon, then another elections after that, but will there be a change which will produce politicians that will not be afraid to tackle the matter that is really obvious on the other side of our border, whether we go west or south? I'm wondering about your perspective. Are we really at the spot when more or less conservative politicians have reached this conclusion?
Gdzie są kobiety? Bo to tak,
Ale to już ten panel już trwa pół godziny.
Ale zostajemy wywołane do tablicy, więc...
Right, so I wanted to stand up for women's rights, but
Ja nie mam tutaj długiej refleksji.
there you go.
Ja uważam, że w temacie
I believe that regarding anti-discrimination of LGBT plus in the Polish political center, there is a dramatic lack of leadership. In Platforma Obywatelska, in Hołownia's party, their voters are very open to LGBT plus rights. There's growing rights for marital equality, and the leader of meanwhile the leader of the biggest opposition party says I'm not for revolution, and the revolution I was talking about is bringing the rights LGBT people enjoy across Europe. Politicians must must realize that they can do something. They must stand up and they must say that I must. The message they must send out is that it's cool to provide LGBT rights. I'm not as a politician. I'm not afraid of controversial subjects. Politicians are very opportunistic. If we reverse that, it would be great. For now, as a left politician, I may, with conviction, say that it is the left that is burdened with communicating that full LGBT rights are due to LGBT people, but there are also some parties like Nowoczesna or the Green that stand for LGBT rights. They don't do pinkwashing. We need openness. We need leadership, and we must make sure that the center politicians listen to their voters and believe that they have authority. right now
i chęć reprezentowania swojego elektoratu bardziej boją się.
they are afraid of the evening edition of the news program on the public television. They are more afraid of that than LGBT rights, and it's horrible because there's 2 or 3 even million of Polish people who can feel without representation. I'm very afraid that if the government is more liberal, it will be easier to implement full equality for LGBT people, because I can see how it works in theoretically large centers and cities. You know, in Wrocław we have theoretically liberal authorities, and but they are very conservative. You know, they take 1 step forward and 2 steps back. You know, like for example, the mayor is a patron of the Equality March, but he doesn't attend this march. And at the same time, we didn't manage to fly rainbow flags on any of the city buildings during the Pride Month. Local authorities take a lot of action. I mean, the central government is doing a lot to downgrade, to humiliate LGBT people. At the same time, local authorities should do a lot to support LGBT people, like, for example, implement sexual education at school. And this change that this education will affect will influence voters, and then we can have an opportunity to change the government. 3 times this year we were raising implementation of sexual education as obligatory subject, and you know, they said it's experimental, we don't have curriculum, and and the arguments people were raising are really scary, and it shows how much the sex ed is needed. They said you want to implement your leftist sex ed. You are going to do what Mayor Trzaskowski did in Warsaw. You will be bringing drag queens to kindergartens, which didn't happen, by the way. As a city councillor in Wrocław, I can see how much we are not using all the opportunities that we have, and we can actually do a lot. Okay, so let's talk about Warsaw. On the 25th, we'll have the Pride Parade. The mayor is the patron of the parade, and he will participate like he did last year. In this very, very difficult situation, this horrible experience of us discussing LGBT-free zones, there were struggles in the EU to quash this crazy idea. As I'm looking at Warsaw, we have some positive results. Cities that are ready to do so took over the role that the government unshouldered. And the implementation of diversity policy, adopting the diversity charter, looking at ourselves as employers, we know that we will translate that into our work with the local residents. All of that is an element of education. It helps us to create standards, and it will stay with us. And I believe that at some point, we don't know when, but at some point, I believe it will, the tide will be turned. But the damage that has been already done, primarily on the European level, will stay with us for a long time. It's unbelievable that we are meeting a lot with international NGOs about Ukrainian refugees, but we are also meeting with small municipalities, small towns from across Europe. And first, they address us. They are very engaged, and they talk to us a lot about refugees. But the second subject they discuss with us is minorities. We are trying to stay on the surface. We are trying to show people that not the whole Poland is like the government. We are trying to get rid of this mask. We are trying to get rid of the mask of the country that was against accepting any migrants, any refugees. But it will take a lot of time. If you have any questions to our panelists, you will find time to answer two of them. For your audiences online, please use OFB Poland hashtag. Now let's go to Krakow.
Jakbyśmy mogli wrócić do pytania.
Could we go back to your question? Could you repeat your question? The was about
jakaś zmiana myślowa, społeczna,
political, mental change. What are the possibilities that such change will bring about a realistic and actual change? It's about sex education, about minority education. It's about mainstreaming of some themes. As we talk about historical education, we shouldn't forget about historical education. We shouldn't forget about queer motifs, because such people were co-creating our culture, and it's important to discuss how our culture was created, how diverse this group of artists, both male and female, how diverse was the political, cultural communities. It's important also to use positive examples to show inspiring impact of LGBT people and women on our reality. So it's about sex education, but it's also about in the mainstream we should we should tell the full story, full diverse story about our culture. What resonates with me, we need strong leaders that will clearly and openly communicate their support. We need leaders who are not afraid and who know that things can be done, and that you shouldn't just work in this binary political division. You should focus on the areas where dialogue is possible, because a lot can be done. There are methods, there are paths to convince people. People are also looking for info, and we must shed some light on those paths. So we must build dialogue, we must build communication with empathy, we must see that some some prejudices are so imprinted in us, but we don't realize they are there. And if we shed some light on them, if we provide some explanation on, that things that were regarded as funny are no longer funny, then we'll come over the first barrier. But we need a real legal change. People are legalists, meaning if there will be rights if there will be laws providing full rights to LGBT people, this will become a standard in the society very quickly, because law shows what's good and what's bad. So if the law will provide some guarantees for equal treatment, this will become naturally a generally obligatory binding. And marriage equality will make, for example, people's lives easier. I mean, there are difficulties in practice, for example, about name changes. So even small changes, quite invisible for most people, may provide a significant change for individuals, may provide comfort for individuals, and it's also the small things that I'd focus on, because they can build awareness and are effective. We've promised 2 questions.
Sorry. Thank you all very much. This is so eye-opening for me, and I appreciate your really working very hard, an uphill battle against culture and politics in Poland, and that your cities are doing a lot in this regard. We're a coalition of businesses, 35, businesses. There's the Rainbow Network here. Our colleagues, from Google and Natwest are organizing. What is like one simple thing that businesses can do for governments in your communities? What can they be doing more of that will help change the cultural and the political situation now? I'm just curious.
If you can pass the microphone to your right. Thanks. Marek?
If I may quickly, well, you've massive resources. And in Poland, with fantastic activists, we can do excellent advocacy. The problem is that simply our organizations are starved. They have very few people. If I counted every person working full-time on LGBTQ rights in Poland, I don't think we'd get to 30, maybe 40. Polish NGOs do awesome work, even though they are understaffed, underfunded. They have very bad access to modern resources. And the enemy they have, well, they are so powerful. They have the public media. They have tons of modern tools that can survey the population, that the government can research all over and again, everyone, and find the best way to communicate anti-LGBTQ agenda. What we need as the LGBTQ community, and what our excellent LGBTQ organizations need, is money, people, knowledge. If you can share it with them, we'll win this battle. But business is powerful, so do get involved, do get engaged. Your support will be really highly appreciated. And from my perspective, I see that there is far too little cooperation between the professional world, between even LGBTQ professionals who have knowledge, who have experience, who have resources, and the activists, and that community who's basically fighting this uphill battle, every day. And as you can probably imagine, it's exhausting, and it's very difficult to face burnout quite rapidly when you're in a situation like this. So if you can help in these areas, I'm quite convinced. We will be in a way better position.
If I can add something, I would expect from the business that, for example, looking at the ESG, that the business will look at this as a potential, not as something they have to do, and let's do it the simplest possible way. do it because it's worth it, do more than is expected. And I can only be really, really happy that the city finds a partner in business in many environmental and social issues in this regard.
Next question.
Okej, to ja może tutaj wyjdę, żeby nie stać tyłem do ludzi. Cześć, ja nazywam się
Hello,
Stęga.
I'm Magda Stęga. I'm using her, she, her pronouns. Every time I travel from Krakow, where I live, to Warsaw as a transgender person who doesn't have the name Magda in my personal ID, I must count on people's understanding, and I must. It's a very negative experience, and I'd like to ask you, and I have very positive attitudes to people. This is why I live in Poland. I came back from the UK for my transition here. And I'm wondering, do you keep in mind in your actions that we as LGBT plus, as a community, we are diverse internally, and it's not about sexual orientation. I'm a transgender but heterosexual. So do you remember about such people, and what good you have in store for us in the coming months?
W ramach Miesiąca Dumy jedna z...
As part of the Pride Month, one of the Wrocław NGOs organized a debate which was supposed also to be a training for all those involved in the procedures for gender fixing, and I was supposed to host this debate. It gathered several dozen people, and these people included transgender person and their families who came to find out what they could do to help their children and relatives, but there were also representatives of the local chamber of legal advisors. They were judges present, and we agreed that as part of our grassroots activity, we will be communicating to email addresses, to via websites of legal councils, what they can offer to support transgender people undergoing the transition. And we also have a manual prepared. This manual is not very familiar to everyone, and it contains a lot of useful advice. But as part of the Pride Month, we tried to do as much as we could to make this process, which is both very difficult, time-consuming, and extremely tricky, because all legal possibilities need to be used to allow such people to live in line with their gender identity. So we try to help them, and everyone else involved in this procedure want to make them aware of the problems, empathetic, and to make things easier, especially in courtrooms, to make the procedures quicker, more effective, and in more welcoming conditions. In our cultural center, we have a lawyer who comes in contact with the parents of transgender people, and primarily children, children who are vulnerable and at school face very difficult situations, and outside schools as well. So in this cultural center, we have this beacon in order to show how much how diversified are the needs of the people who require assistance, and that's why in every city I think we should have a lot of ombudsmen promoting supporting champions of the rights of a variety of such groups. This issue also turned our attention to the fact that together with other organizations, we need to conduct a dialogue regarding the needs and how we perceive this function of that ombudsman. In Warsaw, in Złota 11 Street, we've been operating an assistance point for refugees from Ukraine. We are also in working communication with Lambda Warsaw, and over the 3 months we had situations in which LGBT plus people from Ukraine needed urgent support, and we were able to communicate them with the specialized NGOs. And now and today, I think at 6 p.m., I will confirm it, we are also conducting coming out workshops related to coming out of transgender people. And I think that the new piece of legislation will civilize the process of gender fixing in Poland, because I think we all understand how much in order this matter is, and I think the left will actively participate in this process. We are almost at the end, but one more question, and after the answer, we'll take a break. About 2 months ago, Lambda Szczecin issued a report referred to by Rafał Dębę, indicating that about 17% of LGBT plus people, LGBT plus youth primarily, faced a homelessness crisis, and myself as a suicidologist, person dealing on the daily basis with suicides, I understand that homelessness is a process which leads many people to suicides, and so my question is related to the both psychological aids or housing aids offered to LGBT plus youth so that they do not have to take their lives.
Tak, proszę, chociaż Nina podniosła rękę i zastanawiałem się, czy to...
Well, Nina raised her hand and I was wondering... Well, I had a response to the previous question, in fact, but it is a bit combined with the last question, because we are about to begin in the autumn a very intensified consultation procedure which will provide the basis for the equality policy in the next year. So we want this document to be created in cooperation with various groups at risk of exclusion. And we would like to organize in the autumn some thematic roundtables, including Rainbow Roundtable, which would allow people, both activists and NGOs, to voice their opinions and present their precise postulate regarding education, culture, healthcare or other matters, so that this equality policy could be grounded in the actual expectations, and which would organize in long term our efforts, and which would eventually allow us to access the Rainbow Cities network to which we aspire. Last year we attended the rally, and but we now need to comply with the requirements. And I think we have Western European examples of things that work well, and we have also examples of things that didn't work. So it's good to know them, and in order to avoid the pitfalls. But this policy is going, the equality policy is going to be our leading strategy for months and years to come. Jolanta, briefly, and then we'll conclude. The authorities of Wrocław are very conservative as regards taking any steps. We've adopted 3 declarations, some strategies, some appeal, but this remains at the level of declarations. So we are an open city, everyone can feel safe and comfortable, but when we talk about specifics, well, I have nothing to say, but the only specific action that is implemented by the Center for Family Assistance is the psychological assistance to LGBT persons and their families. As regards intervention housing, where people in the crisis of homelessness could find the place to live, are not planned at all. There is just one flat, one apartment, which is run by the Equality Culture organization with the support of Norway grants. So apart from this psychological assistance, there is no other specific offer funded by the city budget, all in the sphere of declarations. We are also working on the model of equal treatment following in the steps of Gdańsk, and I'm really jealous about the cities who have a dedicated person, a dedicated official in the city hall responsible for these matters. In Wrocław we have Equal Treatment Council about comprising about 30 persons working currently on the equal treatment model, and hopefully this will produce some specific fruit. But we are currently at the level of preparing service, so this is going really slowly. Maybe two more words. Politicians of the left supported the campaigns addressed to LGBT plus youth, and you really opened our eyes to the problems of LGBT plus, and will definitely take this appeal to the City Council of Warsaw, and will be and as regards this ombudsman institution, it's operating in every school, in fact, in our region, and it works well. More questions and more answers in the coming after the 20-minute break. Well, behind the wall to my left, you may take some coffee and refreshments, and then we will reconvene talking about LGBT plus women in Polish economy. So see you in 20 minutes time.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome all to the fireside chat devoted to LGBT plus women in Polish economy. My guest is Demonte Sylwińska, Deputy President of the Foundation. My name is Martyna Maciuch, and I will have the pleasure of conducting this interview. I would like to ask you at the beginning why we need to talk about women separately, the LGBT plus women separately from the situation of other queer men. Well, LGBTQ women in the business. Why separately? Because, first of all, we women have it worse. Because we are treated simply worse, even though we have 52% of women in Poland and only 48% of men, then as the gender on the whole, we are discriminated against. So when we think about gender discrimination, we primarily focus on women. If we add the next premise, LGBTQIA women, then we think about cross-discrimination or multiple discrimination. Why is it so key to be aware of this combined version of discrimination? Because we need to break two ceilings. So apart the ceiling that we need to break through of very often in corporations and other workplaces, because a workplace is not necessarily a company. A moment before we had representatives of local governments, institutions, NGOs, and everywhere a person is employed. We have to do with a place of work, and if we think about the number of presidents or chairmen there are, then definitely we'll find out that there is a lot more men than women. Women are just standing behind that chairman, and they are doing the dirty work, and then the man can come on the stage and communicate what we've managed to achieve. And in fact, women primarily work for the benefit of NGOs, because in a way, socially we are conditioned to be to implement this function of offering care and assistance. So why we need to combine these ideas in order to talk in an informed way about the situation of LGBTQ and QIA women in the place of work. Because women, apart from the fact that they have problems with being promoted, with asking for having less duties than men at the same grade in the company and the same level.
To też w momencie, kiedy kobiety LGBTQIA bardzo często boją się mówić.
LGBTQ and A women are at the place of work, they are really afraid to speak openly about their sexual orientation, that they are homosexual, bisexual, or as Magda Senga said, that she is a transgender person, because coming out of the heteronormativity makes LGBTQ and A as women they are not promoted, but as lesbian or bisexuals they will not be promoted even more. So definitely they have to face up to many stereotypes as women, first of all. So as person who, broadly speaking, who do not feel men, additionally, they have to cope with stereotypes which are associated with LGBT plus or LGBTQ plus women. So do we have any statistics about it? Do we know what the situation looks like? How many women come out? What it looks like at the various levels of business hierarchy? In November, together with Natwest from State Street and other organizations, a conference about the visibility of LGBTQIA in business. The first speaker representing Accenture referred to a report published by Accenture a few years ago in the UK, indicating that 73% of women are afraid to come out in the place of work. They are usually out among friends or families, but not at the place where they work, because they think that it is not necessary or they don't need it for any purpose. 51% of such women believe that being a woman can be an obstacle for the career, and 27% believe that sexual attraction to the same gender is an obstacle to the future career. And together with Magda Wstęga, I cannot see her anymore, who was a speaker at one of our discussion panels, well, the moderator, in fact, we created a questionnaire on the LinkedIn to ask LGBTQIA women to ask them whether they are out in the place of work, and 47% answered positively. So less than 50% of women in Poland have the need to be out in the place of work in Poland. So what are the reasons? Since I'm a lesbian and I'm out, on the basis of my experience, I can say that when I started operating in business, because I'm conducting my own business activity since 2015, then since 2015 I've been sure that I don't need that outing for any purpose. I was not a self-aware person for a long time, and I thought that this may be detrimental to my business situation rather than of any assistance to my business activity. While when I started to take action in a very informed way, in a more informed way, and well, I'm from Gdańsk, and I participated in the creation of the equal treatment model, and the words of the murdered President Paweł Adamowicz opened my eyes. So maybe it wasn't the same day, but it was a process that started with that murder. So in 2017, I was sitting in the room in the high school number 1 in Gdańsk, and I heard from the president, "You are here because you are experts in your milieu, in your field." Well, I'm a lesbian, but does it make me an expert? This is senseless. But then I realized that I'm a trainer, I'm a coach, I'm a person who writes books, who creates posts, runs blogs, and I did not notice that aspect completely. So when and I introduce myself as I'm Danuta, I'm a lesbian, my expert standing disappears, because society thinks perceives me like that. And Maria Pentata from State Street said during the conference that when she embarks on a new career, she does not want to be asked on the very first day, "Hi, do you have a husband? Are you married? Do you have a boyfriend?" Because she needs to either come out of it somehow and say, "Well, it's complicated," or she needs to be rude and say, "Well, not your business," or she may answer, "Yes, I'm a lesbian and I have a wife."
każdy i każda z nas
It is important that
coming out traktujemy zupełnie inaczej.
each of us perceives the coming out differently. Myself, as an LGBT activist, I will never expect a person who is a lesbian or bisexual woman or transgender or woman or
Tak samo jak nie mam takich oczekiwań.
intersex person will come out just like myself. So we need to give people room so that they can come out in a way that they want,
Po raz pierwszy
how they feel. So when I met Agnieszka Noworul from IG, from Krakow, she told me that
diversity and inclusion
when she was implementing diversity and inclusivity in her Krakow branch, she did not expect people to start coming out immediately. But after 3 years of implementing this process in a very calm manner, the 3 persons came out.
Co powinniśmy
So therefore, what should we do on various levels, because some are just employees, regular employees, others are CEOs, others are activists in the local government or NGOs. So what can we do at all those different places, not only in business, as you said, to make the environment more inclusive, to offer more possibility, openness for coming out if people feel so, and on the other hand, to avoid a situation in which, as you said, on the very first day you are asked about who you are in private life.
Może też trochę wrócę do innej konferencji, którą zorganizowałam.
Let me come back to another conference I've organized in April this year. It took place in Warsaw. Krzysztof Janiak from IKEA said something very interesting.
Ogłoszenia o pracy.
As we announce for jobs,
Specjalistkę.
We employ a specialist with both gender endings in Polish. It immediately sets inclusive language. I mean, it's very.
I podkreślić K, żeby też zostawić to miejsce.
It very clearly indicates that we are inclusive.
Pamiętam, jak to się nazywa. Ktoś mi podpowie? Podkreślnikiem, właśnie, tego mi brakowało. Jeżeli zostawimy to miejsce na podkreślnik, to również damy...
So if you leave the space behind
nie używają zaimka
the word,
używają zaimka ono, bądź też używają słowa byłą, tak? Żeby nie...
If we can leave some space for non-binary word endings. So these are small things, but you can do these things, and this includes the people in the more people in the employment process. Another thing which is underlined by people that I invite to my conferences, I'm talking about employee networks. If we provide LGBT plus people an opportunity to create a network in the workplace, we create a space for these people to be themselves. If we have a bisexual woman who doesn't necessarily want to declare herself and to join the rainbow network, it's worthwhile to combine various networks. So we can combine the women's network with the LGBT plus network. So we need grassroots initiatives or initiatives like those created in international corporations. I'm talking about some models taken from the so-called West and implemented in the Polish branches of these corporations. So these are two simple tools that cost nothing, but are effective. On Saturday, we'll see how many platforms run by companies. I remember a discussion with Kuba Piwowar in 2018 when somebody said Google. Parade, did you sell yourself to Google? We discussed how important it is for companies to be present at the Equality Parade. We are discussing why it is so important for companies to be present at the parade. For me, as a customer of Nordea Bank or Citibank, it's very important that the ATMs have rainbow stickers. I will take my cash out of this ATM with pleasure. For employees, such gestures are very important. Nielsen also published a very nice report on rainbow money. If a company shows that a person is important, belongs to an important niche, then creation of products is completely different. We see how many rainbow products there are. We have Kasia with Unipride. She shows how important it is for companies to produce, to help organizations. I'm against homophobia t-shirts that were created by Kasia and her partner for campaign against homophobia. So this shows how specific actions can create a safe space for LGBT plus people.
Specjalistką zajmujesz się...
You are an expert on suicide.
W poprzednim panelu. Wiemy wszyscy...
As you've indicated during the previous panel, we know how horrible the situation is for psychiatry and for psychiatric health of young people, LGBT young people in particular. And I was wondering, do you have ideas or suggestions? What could schools and youth organizations learn from business in this respect? Because international corporations have policies, implement them in countries like Poland. But do you think that visibility of LGBTQIA as actors, actresses, businesswomen, sportswomen, can this success help young women who feel this kind of problems, experience this kind of problems? Definitely. Some people say it's only a symbol. Well, it's not. A badge worn on a jacket or rainbow-colored socks or a badge on a backpack. It saves lives. It's we have real stories. When a young person at school has a piece of string because she intends to hang herself, and if this person sees a teacher with this badge, This person might think, okay, actually, this is my friend. Maybe I will give myself time until tomorrow, or maybe I'll approach this person and tell this person that I have a problem with self-acceptance, for example. So these symbols matter. During the previous panel, we've mentioned rainbow flags on city buildings. Last year, in Gdańsk, we had even more rainbow flags for the parade, Equality March. And as I was walking towards the march, I saw kids so excited seeing those flags, and they were saying, it's so great that we have these rainbow flags here in Gdańsk. The fact that these kids felt safe, a girl of 15 may get her girlfriend's hand and tell her, you're important for me, because she can't do that during the Equality March. The more situations that provide safe space for LGBT plus young people will ensure that these young kids will not be committing suicide, because they will be
że są sojusznikami, sojuszniczkami.
They will feel they have they will know that they can come out to people, even though some politicians say that you are a rainbow plague. You are important to me. The more symbols in the public space, the more kids will stay alive.
Wcześniej też na panelu była informacja.
During the previous panel, we've also mentioned sexual education, and I absolutely believe that this is the key. Unfortunately,
napisałam list intencyjny.
I wrote a letter of intent to the marshal's office the regional office in Gdańsk, to the regional police, and to the school school authorities in Gdańsk, and they replied that they are not interested in saving young people's lives, and I wasn't even focusing on LGBT young people. So they want to create a portal to save lives, and it's a facade. It's stupid, because you must realistically realize what kind of situations are happening and what solutions are key for these kids. What's important for the kids is a real help and a conversation with another person. The young people go to the virtual world because they find there somebody who can sustain their life, because they don't like their life in reality, because they hate themselves. So they need somebody who will tell them, you're cool, you're okay. The fact that you are a non-binary, bisexual, lesbian, it's okay. It is very important to remember about it. Business doesn't operate in a vacuum. Business operates in a society and it influences the society. Maybe somebody from the audience has a question to Dorota? If not, I'd like to thank you very much for this conversation, and I wish you a lot of good and a lot of success with your foundation. I would like to thank the people in the room with whom I worked, Maja, Kasia, Rafał, Kuba Piwowar.
Na moje zaproszenie.
They accepted my invitation
Przyjęli zaproszenie na bycie na
to my conferences. It is thanks to their experiences that I'm sharing their experiences. I am now able to present the point of view, the perspective of individual experts.
Danuta Sowińska i Martyna Maciuch. Dzięki serdeczne. Dużo o...
Danuta Sowińska i Dorota Maciuch.
Mamy dzisiaj...
We will keep on talking about business and we'll be discussing businesses that are leaders, maybe especially in Poland, leaders in the individual sectors, but then because they are leaders in the sectors, they grow. Are they leaders because of that, leaders in inclusion, or maybe it's the other way around, because they are so open, because they are trying so much to acquire talent, they can succeed in business. So we will now discuss what these companies can do to fulfill the role of leaders, to be role models that others want to look up to, that others want to copy. You know, it's very much needed to create such companies that act having in their DNA DNI or IND or whatever they call it.
To już za chwilę ten panel.
We are about to start this panel now.
Chwila. Ale tak, byśmy mogli przyjrzeć
we'd like to take a look at the best practices.
Magda Kotlarczyk.
And to that end, I'd like to invite Magda Kotlarczyk from Google, the head of Google Poland. Rafał Dębę.
Wszyscy dziś spotkaliśmy.
Maja Zabawska, partner at Deloitte, responsible for taxes and DNI. Cezary Żelaźnicki, partner at PwC Legal, a law firm responsible for IND, DNI in Central and Eastern Europe, and Kalina Koprianiuk from CD Projekt Red, responsible, among other things, cultural diversity and inclusion. I'm very pleased to have all of you here.
Rzeczywiście dla was dobry dzień.
I hope that today is a good day for you. Let's start with what people said before. And these words are very important in our daily lives of my company, our companies. Namely, talent is the most scarce resource. I mean, you can get talent from all kinds of sources, but it runs out. These sources are exhausted very quickly. I was wondering, in your companies, the building of maximum openness so that anybody interested in working for you can feel well. Professor Orłowski mentioned that we can have talented people, but they might say, I don't want to work for a company who treats my partner or anybody around me badly. If we could start with Magda, maybe.
Dzień dobry, dziękuję bardzo.
Hello, thank you for the invitation. I think it starts with the values. If the company represents values that are consistent with what the subject of this conference is, it's expected, this company is expected to show these values in practice. And by being inclusive, by the way of acquiring talent, it's obvious. Is it a problem? Yes, of course.
Przyjrzeć się, co się dzieje na forum.
It's enough to see what's going on in recruitment forums. Certainly those for engineers.
Jest zawsze gorąco.
It's it's always hot when
stref wolnych od LGBT.
LGBT free zones subject comes up, violence against minorities.
Smutne i wiemy od rekruterów, że właśnie
And it's sad.
obaw, czy
And we know from recruiters,
fajnie jest przyjechać i
I mean, Warsaw is a nice place where you can develop your career, but we know from recruiters that, this subject does come up during the recruitment procedures.
całego świata.
We invite everybody from all over the world. In Warsaw, right now, we have 100 open vacancies.
Uda mi się przyciągnąć.
But am I afraid that whether I'll be able to acquire talent from abroad because there are some fears whether or not Warsaw and Poland is an inclusive place? Yes, and I'm here to discuss it and to change it. Right, so it's like a recruiter from Google says, hi, would you like to work for Google in Poland? No, I don't want to work in Poland, even for Google. Or maybe, I mean, can you...
To jest wtedy taka konkurencja, dlatego że jak już ktoś...
It's a competition because if an engineer gets an offer from Google,
Warszawa konkuruje z Googlem z Zurichu.
I in Warsaw compete with Zurich, with Munich, and my task is to convince this person that they are to choose Warsaw over Zurich, Munich or London.
Fajnie rozwijać swoją karierę, dlatego to jest...
So this is why it is important. Rafał, you work at banking sector, unique but still. I think you have a direct competitor in Warsaw, but let's say banking is very competitive sector, especially when we talk about gigantic corporations. And is this something that you compete with, or is it something everybody does? This is not something we can compete with, because this might mean that LGBT plus people feel well at the workplace. Indeed, this is a factor. Fortunately, we are not the only ones. We are not one of two or three people. There is more and more companies that implement equality rules for LGBT plus people. So acquiring talent is one thing, but we should pay equal attention to maintaining talent. Maybe through my role as a person involved in Rainbow Network, I have an opportunity to talk to many people in other companies.
So it may not be the best scientific approach to generalize our own experiences. Maybe we would need a broader sample, but I'm talking about dozens of people at very prominent positions telling me that they would never shift for a company that are not committed and working actively for the equal rights of LGBT plus people. Definitely, this is the element with which companies are able to retain personnel, not only attract. But what kind of activities are present in your organizations that you can see also among others? And how they affect this situation. So I represent Deloitte, and then together we all work for companies which are well aware of the role of diversity and inclusion, and what kind of actions need to be taken. And we also take some measures of the kind to the benefit of LGBT plus community and cooperating in the Rainbow Network. But for me, primarily, it is the issue of leadership, because we may plan a variety of activities, but the example should come from above. from the top. So personally, it is important for me, and I was involved in that personally. It is training of all partners, directors in company about on the issues of diversity and inclusion, about the unconscious bias, which constitutes very frequently an obstacle to attract talents. Another related strain, and very important for me personally, is the issue of role models, that is persons which are also positioned high in the hierarchy and yet represent diversity. So they not only talk about diversity, but they show that in our company people with various backgrounds, sexual orientation can be successful, can be promoted. And for me, the first time I came across this situation was when over 10 years ago I started working for Deloitte in London. Previously I was not an out gay person, but when in London I came across this diversity network and seeing partners in the top of the hierarchy who are openly out gay, this was a breakthrough for me, and this was something that I wanted to do after returning to Poland. Cezary, before I give you the floor, I would like to ask you, since we are talking about leaders in various fields, do you feel as organizations that a lot depends on you, that you are able of exerting pressure, and by your business decision you may tell the environment what you expect of it? So you may say that if you don't respect certain values, we will not cooperate with you, we will limit our activities with you, because otherwise you will not be able, as a group of people, to attract personnel. So do you have a sense of mission in this respect? Well, we do not, maybe it's not mission, but we have a sense of responsibility. Maybe I will start on a high note a bit, but we do not have assets, we have people. So in PwC, the number one value is caring for people. So in Poland we employ 5,000 persons, so definitely including gays, lesbians, non-binary persons. We are a really broad mosaic of attitudes, and our mission is to create conditions in which such people feel comfortably. When they return from the holidays, they are not ashamed to say that they had great time with their partners. So definitely the example has to come from the top, because in this way many people who have certain reservations. So I also represent the milieu of law firms, which is even more conservative. So if people see that the boss can be gay, people stop being afraid immediately. So as PwC in 2019, I think we took part in the World Pride, and we had our float, and I was really surprised with the size of this event. And when I returned to Warsaw, I addressed my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I said we need to establish our LGBT community, our SHINE chapter, but they told me this is really sensible, what would be the purpose? So I realized what kind of way is still ahead of us, and today I realized that we have made that mile that way, because now in Warsaw we are going to have our platform, but we started that at that time, and now and we can communicate immediately to our new employees what is our culture, what are the do's and don'ts. We conduct our annual service regarding the diversity. and how we address it. So I think in this way we impact people, we impact the business, and in some way we also pursue some mission of a kind. Well, you have your microphone.
Wracając do jednej z poprzednich...
So allow me to return to one of the previous discussion. Marcin Olszewski, representing the European Bank for Recovery and Development, said that all these D&I activities are usually implemented by foreign companies with headquarters situated abroad, and then they transplant this onto the Polish representations. But you represent a company which was born here in Poland. It was organized by people dealing with games and created organization based on important values. Yes, the values were in the DNA of our company.
Tak naprawdę, no, jako w porównaniu...
And frankly speaking, in comparison to the foreign corporations, we are a tiny business operating in a very curious, peculiar environment. Game players, mainly male game players. So you can imagine the wave of hatred that we faced when we communicated that we are going to join the Pride parade, that we will be marching, that we support the idea. And this shows that we have a lot to do, and there's a business we need to do that. We have to do it. I really don't like this word "have to." I don't like this idea of obligation. But we employ people from many parts of the world with representing various cultures, religions, and this it transpires in our products, in our games, because this is great because it shows how diverse the world is, how beautiful it can be, and it shows to the youth that there are values in this world. And there are companies, and I'm a bit referring to this pre-recruitment period about this external branding, that will show that there are places, that there are organizations in this world to which you should apply because you can feel safe there. And I think that many companies and smaller businesses and even in sole proprietor businesses which then develop into SMEs, they all should join in, because we also created a manual on including the non-binary and trans people within organizations, regardless of the size, regardless of the type of work done. We try to communicate our good practices and the objectives, ways in which we can make people feel good. Very often we don't even realize that in smaller communities there are people who work even physically who need a separate cloakroom, changing rooms, that we live in a bubble, but we fortunately are in a situation that we can impact others, that we have already worked out some practices and we feel there are ready products to be disseminated, and in those small steps we can make the situation better also in smaller communities. Also, we have this trend in social media. This is it's the month of June, so all the companies are trying to attract customers by painting their logo in rainbow colors. We appreciate it, but also I have a tendency to find negative comments about it, and then I'm looking for comments to those comments, responses to those negative comments. Well, so for example, well, Unilever, you've joined them, I will not be using that product. so I'm looking for the responses such as, well, it's good for you. You will never be using Google anymore. Or you will be never eating this ice cream.
Świadoma znaczenia.
I was not aware for a long time of the significance of the symbols, and in fact, only yesterday I asked a question whether it is not received as the community as pinkwashing. But the answer was no. We know you, Magda. We know your support is authentic, but show it in some way. I wanted to wear the T-shirt, but Kuba told me that they are not available yet. But we will have them during the parade on Saturday. And I was absolutely mistaken about the significance of the symbol, and that's why my resolution is now to listen more attentively and be more involved in creating the role model, make it more visible. And I do not deny that I have not been doing that until recently, but I'm going to be a better ambassador of the cause. Well, you have probably heard these voices in every company declaring that they are on the side of some values. So even if you hear the negative voices, negative opinion from the outside, probably you have the same opinions inside. So, for example, some part of the personnel may say, I was not opting for working in some LGBTQ supporting organization. I was just opting for working in a consulting company. Well, we are aware of the significance of social media, and it's an important communication channel for us as well. But we do not respond to all comments. If their comments do not live up to a certain level, if they completely deny our values, we do not respond to them directly. We do not delete such comments, but we realize that this discussion will continue everywhere in the world. But as long as certain rules of ethics and canons of behaviors are violated, then we can refer to the ethics committee. We have also ethics line which can be contacted by every employee, but every time we need to remember that the issue of values is of paramount importance, and our objective is to create a safe, good place for work for anyone, regardless of their sexuality or religion. Companies definitely try to create inclusive workplaces and for broad spectrum of people. Today we are talking about LGBT plus community, and we are focusing on that, but I am convinced that there are employees representing all sorts of other minorities, and they all need to feel cared for in those companies. For example, in my company, when we have summer holidays, or personnel can bring their families, their children. Those children will be transported for some activities, for example, so that parents can continue working while children have holidays. Also, during the pandemic, we offer additional psychological support. And experts specializing in support offered to LGBT plus people. So, well, definitely we need to be treated equally, but not in the same way. Everyone should have their individual needs addressed properly. Allow me to take the floor also as regards the pinkwashing issue. My personal opinion is that pinkwashing in Poland does not exist. In the context of Poland, we cannot talk about pinkwashing. I would really like to be in a situation in which we could have pinkwashing in Poland, but Well, we have this great UniPride selling gay pride gadgets. We are very happy that companies like that exist, but we all here, we have gone through some difficulties to make those initiatives happen in our companies. The issue of leadership in my organization was not met with much enthusiasm at the beginning. So there was a path to cross, and within our organizations we had to be the effective promoters of the cause. And Deloitte, last week published a report regarding LGBT plus inclusiveness. About over 600 persons were polled, not from our region, however, and representing primarily companies with global reach. So when they are not multinationals, they operate on the multinational scale. So maybe it is not representative if we did this poll only here in our organization. But so it turned out that wherever something is done, over 90% of personnel feels that the actions are authentic. So showing that it is not just to show off or to attract customers. As regards the internal comments, because you asked about it, this strain is also interesting because the internal dialogue is also continuing. And the things that I was faced with when we started talking about the Rainbow Initiative, the answer was, well, we are providing services to to state-owned companies. So do we really want to deal with this initiative once we are providing services to state-owned services? But I don't think those state-owned services companies really analyze what Deloitte is doing internally. This was a bit of antagonizing, which was not necessary, but it took a lot of time to explain to everyone what is the purpose. And also in our company, recently there was a response to our Rainbow Network organized within our organization. The Christian Network was established a few weeks ago. Well, in London we have a network of 6 and other denominations, but the Christian Network was, I think, only organized in reaction. Well, it is hard to say whether it is subject to any oppression, but the community of Christians in Poland. Well, for me it is fine because I am responsible for diversity and inclusion. Christianity is one of the religions that need to be represented simply. But I just wanted to mention it in the context of those internal discussions.
Jest naprawdę bardzo wiele. Jeśli jakieś osoby w organizacji czują się wykluczone,
if people in an organization feel excluded, feel bad,
w organizacjach są właśnie miejsca, w których
I'm sure in your organizations there are places where they can share their concerns.
ta właśnie druga strona.
And
Ja zawsze
it's also about the other side. I'm always asking people who say they don't identify with certain views. I always ask them, do you know what LGBTQ+ is?
Racyzm, tak, którym obdarzają innych, wynika może właśnie z
Maybe their unwillingness, their hostility is due to lack of knowledge or prejudice. It's usually lack of knowledge, because it turns out that a friend who sits next to you is a bi or lesbian or a gay, and you know it's still the same person as you are. I'm an advocate of as a white cis
niezłą sytuację i wydaje mi się,
hetero woman. I'm in a good position, and I think
przez pewnego polityka krużganek
that I can promote the education, and it's just a decent thing to do. Maya, you said something can be done. I want to ask you about specific things that can be done. It's not that I'm not prepared, but I want to refer to what Ms. Sowińska said. You've mentioned how many people from the community suffer from depression, how tragically it can end. And I want to ask you about something very specific. What do your organizations actually do to avoid this kind of situations? How can you address this problem in your business organizations?
Ja chętnie powiem o dwóch takich elementach.
I'll be happy to talk about two elements. I mean, it's great if there are dedicated programs, and I'm sure we could talk about many initiatives here, but let me mention two aspects. Number one, education. As business, we play an absolutely unique role in shaping the views. We have much greater impact on people than higher education sectors. We have 350 higher education facilities and 1.2 million students, and meanwhile we have over 16 million employed people in Poland. So business's impact on people is huge. So we are talking to our employees, we educate them through webinars, through courses. These people will or are parents. These people have young people around them, and this is huge progress that a young transgender person with a bit better educated parent will be more comfortable, will feel more comfortable. It's not the role of business, but because of our huge impact, we should definitely take this challenge. Workshops, meetings with psychologists, we do these things, but what's important is participation in all kinds of events. I'm sending out all the information to the entire CE. That's much above 50,000 people, and Poland in this region is relatively open country, but as I inform people that we organized a debate with our global CEO, and he said, he, she, him, he says that during the invitation, I've never received an email saying that he or she doesn't like it. I had a rainbow here, and somebody asked me, will we be my friend asked me, am I supposed to start wearing my cross on my jacket? And I responded with, nobody will create a cross-free zone for you because of you are wearing your cross. So we are not doing anything wrong. We are just supporting our colleagues at work. Mental health in the post-pandemic world is much deeper, and it's also important for much larger groups of people. So I think it's important to underline that. So employee assistance programs are important. They are present in many companies. So it's important to have a dedicated phone number. This is very helpful. In my company, there is a Blue Dot group. You might have heard about them. These are people trained to provide psychological assistance, and they are marked in the company's system. So technology can also be helpful there. And we are trying to implement in Poland at the moment, and this will be a spoiler. I hope that my PR team will not kill me, but as you ask the browser, like how to commit a suicide, you immediately over the search algorithm there is a number of a hotline open 24/7. Where somebody will pick up the phone, and this is coming to Poland soon. And a few days ago, it was implemented in Ukraine for obvious reasons. For obvious reasons, this problem is much bigger than elsewhere, and it's a way for technology to connect those who need help with those who provide help. Let me just draw your attention to, in the context of mental health, to the increasing number of burnt out people. The pandemic increased the burnout risk, and the pandemic affected the LGBTQ+ people at the place of work. So it's important to take care of all employees, because just like pandemic was a disruption, there are many other situations where that are equally disruptive. I sign up to everything you've said. It's, you know, it's anti-depression, networking. I have one experience that transpired during workshop where we've conducted in-depth interviews with LGBT+ employees. There was an HR workshop with key business partners. And one thing that transpired during the workshop is that even before the pandemic, we provided psychological assistance to employees. And it was described as you can use the assistance of family psychologists. And what we've heard from the interviewees, LGBT+ interviewees who didn't have children, they didn't feel that this assistance is available for them. So this is, once again, language matters. I just wanted to underline that in the context of those specific features. I wouldn't feel well, you know, as Karolina is discussing what her company does, but somebody might say, okay, but 70% in your company, in your entire sector, are men. So you are talking about inclusion, about minorities, but you have huge problem with women as minority, which has, I mean, there's a good reason for that, but still. So those who know this sector, the initiative of the CD project is unique in the sector, and I hope this will grow. Right, so I don't want to be stereotypical, but gaming business is dominated by men. Yes, we are in minority as women, and we are working to change it, but you know, the company wasn't created yesterday. Back then, when CD Projekt Trend was created, it was created by gaming specialists, really big names. And back then, inclusion wasn't popular, so to say. People, the awareness wasn't there. So, yeah, the board of managing board consists of men, because it consists of of the founding fathers, but it doesn't mean that there are no mothers in our company. Many managing staff in our company are women, and they have a lot to say, and they support other women. On the initiative of my boss, the program called Girls in the Game was created. It's a game changer because we support girls from smaller towns who can win a scholarship. They can try their hand in our sector. They can develop the skills, they can test themselves in this male-dominated market. And I think this makes girls bolder to reach for the stars, because I'm not sure if you've noticed, but if there is a job offer, I mean, there are some conditions to be fulfilled, and men send their CVs more often. And a woman, unless she meets 100% requirements, she wouldn't send a CV. She feels she's not good enough. Girls are good enough, LGBTQ plus people are good enough, and through these programs we are showing that the world is open. I'm sure they don't apply, especially if they don't they don't apply if there are no female endings at the end of words like programmer, IT specialist, and so on. Yeah, I'm a linguist by education, and I know language extremely important in the upwards pyramids of hate. It starts with hate speech, and at the end we have extermination. Unfortunately, it still happens because words can kill. But let's think about extermination in the workplace. A person is excluded, the person is removed from projects. This is a professional form of professional extermination. So let's take care of the language we're using to communicate, and I would really like us to normalize the pronouns, because it's really cool. Not sure if you have anything to add? I'm afraid a little bit, but I'll try. I could discuss this subject for hours, but it's not like we don't have a problem. We have 50-50 split between genders, but then we lose women, and then it turns out that we have only 17-20% of women among our partners, and it's a structural problem. But we must we create mentoring programs for women. We have a program for parents, supporting them. We are trying to implement targets. Unless there are targets to be achieved in companies like ours, the progress won't happen. It's about program, very often jobs like programmer, IT specialist. I mean, it's important to have a program addressed for girls because there are fewer girls in, let's say, universities of technology. My friend had that, somebody asked her, you came to the University of Technology to find a husband, right? So, computers are here, dolls are there. Tomek, you play some games, and Zosia, you go play with dolls. Right? So, yeah, I mean, technologies and gaming, not only gaming, but technologies need more women so that it's more inclusive. And in order for it to be inclusive, it has to be created by a more diverse community. We need more women in technological universities. and we must fight for it
na różnych etapach.
at different stages.
Właściwie takie firmy jak nasza
Definitely, companies like ours is responsible partially for changing it. This is why
chociażby jak ta
we will support initiatives like this, like the one last week, Women Index Summit, which achieved a very important, became very renowned. And I encourage everybody to look what's going on in their own area. Just a few months ago, during board meeting of the Polish branch, we had a review of translation strategy from English into Polish for our materials, and only then did we sign off an inclusive form, inclusive translation strategy from English into Polish, but it's still a long way to go, and I'm sure there will be many job adverts with male endings. Yeah, Polish language is very strongly genderized, and it's very deeply rooted in our mentality. In the labor code, the names of professions are with male endings.
To jest bardzo ważne, żeby też tworzyć.
Maybe with the exception of a clairvoyant. We must co-create the world of shared notions, definitions. We must create
między wojną, czy nawet przed wojną.
Before World War II, before World War I, feminine endings were used quite often. There was a famous court trial when a doctor, female doctor, sued her colleague because he wouldn't use the female form of the word doctor. So new forms of words are created. Sometimes these new forms sound funny, but words like radio, computer, entered our language at some point. I remember a radio program, and the host would say, we didn't resign from the word źdźbło, or ear, as an ear of wheat, because it's pronounced strangely. Okay, thank you very much for your participation. Now I'd like to invite.
Jak dla Państwa, dla mnie fantastyczne spotkanie.
For me it was a fantastic meeting.
I to była
this was the last of our debates and meetings.
Ja się już z Państwem pożegnam, ale tak.
Let me say goodbye to you. And since it was officially opened by George, let him close it officially.
Yes. Everyone, before you leave, I just wanted to say thank you. This is amazing. I'm sitting here, I'm so excited because there's so much energy in this room and so much dedication to what we want to achieve here. And I just have to say, I was listening, when Magda was saying, we have 100 open jobs in Google right now. And just thinking, if Poland had a more open and inclusive society, and the culture and the politicians all realized that this could help us, Magda wouldn't have this problem, right? Magda would be able to fill all of these jobs. And I'm sure all of you, if you look at the companies that were sitting here, if you add up all the employees in Poland, that's probably the size of a large city in Poland, right? If you add all those, I mean, we have a lot of power here. And I just want to see how we can channel this energy and channel this power into moving this forward. And we've shown that there is an economic case. We heard earlier today from the people from the cities. I was so moved by what they were saying because they are working so hard on inclusion and making their cities more open. The poor woman in Krakow, right? I mean, she has to go and defend her city that we're not a bunch of, idiots who are claiming, we're LGBT-free zones. So I just have to say, there's so much energy here and there's so much opportunity. And I really want to call on you to help us move this forward. How can we all do this? How can we pull together from these different companies, support the NGOs, as everyone was saying before, the NGOs are so poorly funded here so that they can be better activists, and how do we then bring this to the policymakers and convince them that what they're doing is bad for Poland, it's bad for people, and it's bad for business? So I just hope that this is a call to action for all of us. And I'm hopeful that today's session started you thinking in ways that we can do this more together. And we just helped write a report. I sat in front of my computer for a long time and wrote a report, and I talked to a lot of people. But you and we together have this opportunity to make the change. So I just say, let's do this. Let's talk to us. Lukas and Gosha from the team here will be able to be our voice, in Poland and help us move this forward. Let's do this together. We have to do it. And just to say thank you to everyone. Thank you, Michal. Thank you to all the wonderful moderators and panelists and discussions today. It was eye-opening. It was too much for me. I'm overwhelmed. I'm going to start crying soon. But thank you very much. And Michal, I'll just let you close the meeting. Okay, thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Yes, indeed, this is the conclusion. But just before you go, if you still have like 2 minutes, could you please come up to the stage, like all of you, to have a photo? And yeah, we can share this later on. Thank you.